Hello, everyone, and welcome to the US PBL Network. We've got Thursday night baseball. It's the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths taking on the Utica Unicorns presented by Budweiser. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I'm Brendan Shabath by myself again tonight, but I've got you covered for everything you need US PBL baseball. Last night, we saw one of the teams we'll see tonight. It was the Unicorns. They had a close game with the Hoppers, a very fun one. It was 5-1. The Hoppers led in that game for the longest time, since the fifth inning. Then we got into the eighth, and the Unicorns did what the Unicorns do best and what they've done all season long. They came back, scored 4 runs in the top of the eighth to tie the game at 5 apiece. Head to the bottom of the ninth. The Hoppers end up loading the bases. Sean Lawler steps up, hits a base hit up the middle off of Keon Taylor and into left. That would win the game for the Hoppers. They're 16th of the year. 16-20 now are the Hoppers, fast closing in on the Beavers in second place, who sit at 19-17 as they picked up a win in a non-public game over the Mammoths that we'll see tonight earlier this week on Tuesday. Last night for the Hoppers, it was a big performance from Andrew Verbrugge. 7 innings, a career high, 9 strikeouts, only 1 run given up. The Unicorns, they did a platoon squad for the pitching, and because of some short staffing today, there are going to be a few new additions just for tonight. Lyle Hibbets of the Beavers comes over, and Sam Brace of the Hoppers are in the bullpen and hot tonight for the Unicorns. We'll see if we see them tonight. Jean Montaner gets the start on the mound for the Unicorns. He's been good as of late. His last time out, 3 innings, no hits, no base runners. Perfect baseball, 3 strikeouts. That was another bullpen day for the Unicorns. This is the sandwich game for them of 3 in a row. They will play tomorrow against the Beavers and then again on Sunday this week. This is an important week for the Unicorns, trying to stave off this fight that everybody is chasing them up there in first place. With the loss last night, they moved to 23-12. The Beavers sit just a few games back. They'll play each other tomorrow. Tonight for the Mammoths, it'll be Rafi Vasquez starting on the mound. He had a fantastic start his last time out. He went 7 innings with 8 strikeouts, and the Mammoths won that game. They're going to need a big performance from him tonight against the potent Unicorns lineup, who was looking to exact revenge after what was, for 7 innings of Andrew Verbrugge baseball last night, a slow start. Only 1 run, 3 hits. We'll see what the Unicorns can do against the Mammoths tonight. We spoke with the Unicorns starting shortstop Luis Atilis before the game. Here's that interview now. Luis, thanks for joining me. We talk a lot on the broadcast about your improvements from the start of the season to the later half. You were a guy who didn't get here at the very beginning, a few games after finishing up your college season at Lenoir-Rhyne with another USPBL member, Eric Ramirez. But for a long time, batting average below 200, just couldn't quite find the right spots. Now you're up above 300. You're hitting 400 plus in your last 10 games. What's been the key for you to kind of get that turnaround going?
Thank you for having me. And honestly, after going through that little bit of slump, just had to go back to my routine and knowing the reason why I was brought here and just reminiscing and repeating those at-bats that I had successful during school season.
And you talked to Jeremy and I off air earlier in the year about getting back to that routine and what you did in college. And you have a bat that we reference, and it's a camwood. I previously called it a capwood. I was close. Yeah. But so we kind of talked about it, but you can explain better than we can a little bit more what the purpose of this is and how it helps you.
So usually during my first rounds of BP, I use the camwood bat as a hand and speed training bat that I try to go obviously as soft as possible, staying up the middle. And obviously for me, it gives me a great feedback just because once you grab it, you feel like the heavy part of the bat is towards the hands. And for me, it helps me stay connected and releasing that barrel towards the pitcher. And obviously it gives me more ground to stay on plane and hitting those gaps that you see me hitting.
And you're one of the best doubles hitters in the league with the speed you have, too. That's where we see all those gap-to-gap doubles like we talk about. So now let's talk about your team. This is an interesting week for you guys. 4 games this week, 3 in a row. This is the middle game of that sandwich. You guys lost last night in a close, hard-fought battle to the Hoppers. Came back late in that game, scored 4 in the 8th to tie it. They walk it off in the 9th. But, kind of take me through what's the vibe in the locker room right now? What are the conversations going on? You guys have been in first place all season long, but guys are gunning for you.
Exactly. Obviously, for us is keep doing what we're doing. Believing in each other and obviously doing what we came here to do. And no matter if we're coming back like yesterday, coming back late in the games. Obviously, we're not afraid to what's the word I'm looking for? We're not afraid to come back, obviously, from behind. Sometimes that may suck and not turn out the way that we expect it to be, but we're a team that can hit all over the lineup 1 through 9. And like I said, it shows sometimes. Like yesterday in the bottom of the 8th, we came together with some hits and came together to actually 5-5 score, and then obviously, like you mentioned, the walk-off.
And so one of the things we saw last night was a lot of defensive plays for you guys, some that went your way, some that didn't. But it's been really fun to watch you and Hodo up the middle as the double play combination. Talk about the connection you have developed with him since you've gotten here. It seems like you guys are friends and have a lot of fun out there. You hit next to each other in the order all season long, started 8 and 9, now 1 and 2.
Hodo and I are becoming best friends, even off the field. I feel me and him have a great chemistry and camaraderie and great energy towards each other that translates onto the field. And he's a great kid. Obviously, love him to death, and grateful to have him on my side and on my team. And being one and 2 up in the lineup with him and being up the middle with him, it just makes it more fun and obviously makes the more engaging towards the crowd and all that.
Well, Luis, we really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. Good luck tonight. It's the Unicorns and the Mammoths coming up on the other side of this break.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back to the ballpark. A little bit of rain right before first pitch, so they'll put the tarp on. Today's game and broadcast is sponsored by Budweiser and the following. Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and United Wholesale Mortgage. We thank all our proud sponsors for everything they do for us here at the USPBL. So the tarp comes out. We have not had official word yet as to whether first pitch will be delayed. We still have just over 10 minutes until scheduled first pitch. So with that time, let's take a look at the starting lineups for our two teams tonight. It's the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths taking on the home Utica Unicorns. We'll start with a peek at the Mammoths first. Leading off and playing first base will be Connor Emmett at the top of the order, a lefty to start tonight. For the Mammoths, Houston Parker plays at second and bats second. Brian Leaf is in the 3-hole and playing in left field. Elijah Brown, a day break from the field. He's the designated hitter today and in the 4 spot, cleaning it up on the left side for the Mammoths. Greg Vaughn Jr. gets a start in right field. He'll bat 5th. Sam Loda, as usual, is behind the plate batting 6th. Buddy Dwayne Jr., a home run on Sunday for him, a big one in what was a close loss for the Mammoths to these Unicorns, 7-6. He plays at third base and bats 7th. Connor Bagneski is with him on the left side of the infield at short and batting 8th. And Tanner Thomas rounds out the order, batting 9th and playing in center. They're led on the bump by Rafi Vasquez. Over on the Unicorns side, it's a usual-looking lineup tonight. John Hodo and Luis Attilis are the first two at the top. They're also the double play combination up the middle at second and short, respectively. Drew Galassi, a SportsCenter top 10 worthy play last night. We'll see what he can do tonight. He's again out in center and batting third. Ari Sakopoulos, the usual cleanup man, plays over at first. Noah Childress, the designated hitter, and batting in the 5-hole tonight. Malik Bolin follows him, batting sixth and playing in left. Kevin Lambert back in the starting lineup. He'll bat seventh. And be on the hot corner defensively over at third base. Leandy Castro is out in right and batting eighth. And Matt Parkinson rounding out the battery behind home plate and batting ninth. Led on the bump by Jean Muntaner for the Utica Unicorns. This will be a big day for Muntaner. The plan is to try to stretch him pretty much as far as he can go. Spoke with assistant manager of the Unicorns, Adrian Guzman, pregame today. He says they're hoping for 4 or 5 innings out of Muntaner tonight. With the lack of arms that they have right now in 4 games this week, they need everything they can get out of these pitchers. Rafi Vasquez had a really good time his last time out, 7 innings, 8 strikeouts. He's going to look to replicate that performance as the Mammoths try to make their chase out of 4th place, last place, where they've been pretty much all season. It doesn't quite tell the full story. They've had 12 games decided by 1 run, most of them losses. They're 0-7 in extra innings, and they've had some bizarre endings to that as well. You think about the Drew Galassi check swing that got overturned and said it was a foul ball. Unicorns won that game. The Mammoths hit into a bases-loaded 4-2, 3-2 double play in extra innings to lose earlier in the year against the Beavers. It's been a tough go-round for the Mammoths in the close games. They lost another close game on Sunday to the Unicorns 7-6. We'll wait for official word on the rain. It's starting to come down a little bit heavier, but in the forecast, it's not supposed to be around long. So stick around. We'll keep you up to date here on the USPBL Network. Hopefully first pitch is coming up pretty soon.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Well, welcome back to a rainy and tarp-covered ballpark right now. Still waiting on official word if there's going to be a delay or not. At this moment, I can't expect we're ready to play baseball in 4 minutes. But looking at all the forecasts and weather apps and every tool we have available, it doesn't look like this rain is supposed to stay around for much longer. It is already going to have an effect on the field conditions. You can see some puddling near home plate and near the outfield. So we'll wait for official word, but we'll keep it locked here. And as soon as we find out, we'll let you know what the plan is. Scheduled first pitch is 7:05. Not quite there yet, but momentarily. Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. A bit of a rain delay here to start tonight's game as it's 7:21. First pitch was scheduled for 7:05, but you can see the grounds crew, presented by Scott's, is out there and getting ready to clear off the water and get rid of the tarp. The rain has subsided. There is still a significant amount of water on the field, mainly on the warning track near the dugouts and foul territory, even a little bit in the outfield. Some of the outfield spots have puddled up a little bit, but shouldn't be too bad. It was about 30 minutes of rain that we got, and as they clear off the tarp, we'll get closer to game time. I believe they'll give the players another 15 minutes to half an hour to warm up again. There's the puddles in foul territory near the dugouts. It rained hard. It wasn't long, but it came down. There was some lightning, some loud thunder, but it has subsided. There are clear skies on the horizon out in left field. That's the direction where the weather typically comes from here in Utica at Jimmy John's Field, and that's good news that we see blue skies over there, and hopefully we'll have a game for you here pretty soon on the USPBL Network.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Well, after about an hour-long rain delay, 8:12 here in downtown Utica, we are ready to go between the Unicorns and the Mammoths. Your game time weather, 73 degrees, mostly cloudy, sunset scheduled for about 20 minutes from now. Should cool off as the night moves on. The Unicorns taking the field first. It'll be Jean Montaner starting tonight for the Corns on the hill with the pill. Let's take a look at the defense behind him. Out in left field is Malik Bolin. In center, Drew Galassi. Out in right, Leandy Castro. Kevin Lambert and Ari Sakopoulos are on the corners. Attilas and Hodo up the middle, the double play combination, and Matt Parkinson rounds out the battery. Your Utica Unicorns defense brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. For Montaner, 17 appearances this season, 7 of them starts. This will be number 8. He has a 4-1 record, 3.23 ERA. He's been really good from the left side all season long. Left-handed hitters in particular have really struggled against John. Almost 40 innings of work, 14 earned runs, and a pretty big number here, 14 walks to 44 strikeouts. The big thing for Montaner is the type of hits he gives up. He gives up a fair amount of contact, averaging 6.5 hits per 9 right now. That's in the top 10 among pitchers in the league. But the extra base hits, just 2 all season long, 1 home run and 1 double. Opponents slugging .227 against him. That's second best in the league. Guys just have not hit him hard this year. He's going to need another outing that resembles some of these stats tonight. We already talked about it. It's a big night and week for the Unicorns, trying to fight off everybody chasing them in first place. So here in the top of the first, it'll be Connor Emmett, Houston Parker, and Brian Leaf at the top of the order for the Mammoths. Emmett getting the start at first base today. First pitch at 8:14 is fouled back, an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. For Montaner, it's a 4-seam, curveball, changeup, and slider. Curveball and changeup are his 2 main off-speed pitches. Now the 0-2. Outside with the curve. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Talked about Emmett on Sunday. He's in just his 7th game professionally, 4 for 21 start for him, and he takes that one off the back there, hit by pitch, leadoff base runner for the Mammoths. First time Emmett has been hit this year. This guy stepping up, Parker, has been hit the most of anybody, 14 times this season. We thank you for joining us on YouTube and Facebook and My Michigan TV, wherever you're watching. If it has a chat section, chime in. Would love to hear from you. It's just me tonight. Might have Shane McCaddy and or Mitch Aker, some of our development guys from the USPBL on the air. Shane, the director of baseball operations. Mitch, our pitching coordinator. The 1-0 to Parker. Curveball dips in for a strike. Parker hitting .275 with an .811 OPS. Whiffs on that fastball. 3 home runs this year. A guy who's hit in the cleanup spot most of the season for the Mammoths. Would perhaps expect maybe a little bit more power. Tell you what, he smoked one in batting practice today. That one's back up the box. Montaner gets out of the way, and that's a base hit. Parker keeps it going. Emmett moves to second. So a hit by pitch and a single. 2 on, nobody out for Brian Leaf. Leaf this season batting .257 in 20 games. The 1-0 inside with the curve. 2 balls, no strikes. There's been a lot of positives, little negatives this season for Leaf. The positives, anytime he hits the ball, it's going to be roped. Leads the league in barrel rate. Up there in average exit velocity and hard hit percent. Just on the flip side of that coin, has struggled with the swing and miss a little bit. 2-1. Out to center. That's going to drop. Galassi slipping. You can see the puddles already playing a factor here in the first inning. It's bases loaded, nobody out for the Mammoths. So Emmett moves to third, Parker to second. And after back-to-back singles out into center, Leafs over at first. Brown hitting in an unfamiliar spot, the cleanup guy tonight, and being the designated hitter. So fast and agile, really athletic player. He's been a valuable asset in the field all season for the Mammoths. Primarily been in the infield, mainly at first base as of late. First pitch swinging, pops it up on the left side. Boland's going to have to come in on one. This one's tough. It's going to drop. Base hit. Everybody's safe, and the run scores 1-0 Mammoths. They strike first here in the top of the first. Boland had one of those drop in front of him last night that he dove for. Spoke to him about that pregame today, and he said, yeah, he was just in between on whether to fully commit to the dive or let it drop and just take the single. I think that one is just going to be really tough for fielders to get good jumps on balls today. The outfield got absolutely soaked in the short 30 minutes of rain that we had, but it came down very hard. Greg Vaughn Jr. facing 2 balls, no strikes, getting the start in right field tonight. Elijah Brown's over there at first, But the bases are loaded, and perhaps for him and him only, that's not good news. The 2-0 high and in. He is currently tied for the career record in the USPBL with 23 stolen bases. He's 23 for 23. Has not gotten caught. One more bag, and he will hold the standalone career stolen bases record. All of them he's gotten this season. More stolen bases than strikeouts. You can tell his bat has come alive, hitting in the 4 spot tonight. 1 run is already scored, still bases loaded and nobody out for Vaughn. He hits that one high and foul, getting out of play on the right side. Sakopoulos leaps over a puddle. Unicorns picked a bad night to wear white, huh? They're in their home whites, the Mammoths in the road blue and grays. Inning started with Emmett getting hit by a pitch in a 1-2 count. Since then, 3 singles in a row. Browns had an RBI tacked onto it. Here's Vaughn facing 3 balls, 2 strikes. High and outside, Montaner walks in a run. So Parker scores on the bases loaded walk. And this is perhaps almost the exact opposite of what the Unicorns needed to start this game. 3 hits already. Every batter that has come to the plate has boarded, and nobody out. So Vaughn gets an RBI on the walk. That's his 6th of the year. Loda takes a fastball low on the first pitch. Loda had an off game his last time. He didn't reach in every single one of his plate appearances. He's been on fire to start. Looks like this will be the first out, though. Pops it to the right side, and Sakopoulos snags it. Sam, with that out, is now 8 for 14 with 3 walks, a home run, and 5 RBIs in his first 4 pro games. He records the first out here in the top of the first with the bases loaded. Digging in is Buddy Dwayne Jr. He cranked a home run on Sunday against these Unicorns off of Adam Riggleman. It was a 3-run shot that gave the Mammoths the lead in the early innings of that game. Already talked about it, but the Unicorns would come back to win that one 7-6. Curveball, bottom of the zone for strike 1. It's been fastball, curveball heavy for Montaner. And that's how all season has gone for him. There's another fastball at 87, dotted 1-2. Dwayne didn't like the call. Swing and a miss, tipped into the glove for out number 2. First strikeout tonight for Montaner. I think when you look at this inning as a whole, if he can get out of this with just 2 runs given up, that'll be a major positive for the Unicorns, given the way it started. The first 5 batters all got on. 2 have already come around to score. Twice they had the bases loaded with nobody out. Bagneski stepping in. He's the starting shortstop tonight for the Mammoths. Batting 167 on the season. 1-0 on the ground and through the right side of the infield. That'll score 1. Brown's being waved around. He's going to score easily. 2 come across on the RBI base hit from Connor Bagneski. 4-0 here in the first. It's a big hit for Bagneski. Hasn't had a lot of those situations presented before him this season. Only 2 RBIs before that. He gets 2 on that hit. Now the first pitch to Tanner Thomas is fouled back. All season long, he's been a leadoff bat for the Mammoths. And I don't think him being moved down to the 9 spot is necessarily a product of how his bat has been lately. It's more a byproduct of how good some of the other guys' bats have been. The guys that we see at the top, Connor Emmett, Elijah Brown, Brian Leaf. Thomas batting .230. The 1-1. And it's an easy liner right to Attilas. He snags it just before it touches the dirt. Mammoths score 4 in the first. Now we'll send it down to Carol Wolfbauer for our Thrifty Florist Sweetheart of the Game. Now let's take a look at our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts for Thirsty Thursday. The Budweiser herd has around 250 Clydesdale horses between the company's facilities. Budweiser Clydesdales must be at least 4 years old, 6 feet tall, and weigh between 1,800 to 2,300 pounds. The Clydesdales are given short names like Duke, Mark, and Bud so their drivers can give easy commands. That's pretty interesting. The Clydesdales were out here earlier today. We're out near the gates outside of the ballpark and then came in and did a lap around the warning track. Eventually had to leave a little bit early because that was just before the rain started to come down. We've got that footage for you later in the broadcast. Unicorns batting in the first. It'll be Hodo Attilas Galassi. They'll face Rafi Vasquez, making his 5th start. He has a 6.59 ERA, and that is slowly climbing down with how good his last few starts have been. His last one in particular was lights out back on August 11th, a week ago, against the Beavers. 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. It's the longest he had gone in a start this season. Previously, before that, it was 6 innings against the Beavers. Hodo on the first pitch, swinging, right side fouled. For Rafi, 6 walks to 25 strikeouts. That's in 27 1/3 innings this season. He gets hit around a fair amount. Gives up more than 11 hits per 9. But his walk rate is one of the best in the league. Just 2 walks per 9 innings. That limits the base runners a significant amount. Keeps some of the runs low. This one's back up the middle. Diving Parker just under his glove, and into center field it goes. And again, John Hodo batting at the top of the order, gets on base. He did that last night. An infield single to shortstop against the Hoppers. Was able to board. Got around to third on an errant throw on a pickoff move from Andrew Verbrugge. Speed and good hitting at the top of the order are recipes for success. Attilas whiffs at the first pitch. Luis Attilas was our pregame interview today. Feels like it happened a while ago with the long rain delay. He showed off his Camwood bat at Has the weight moved up towards the hands, keeps him connected and close, helps with his swing. I found it interesting that he had mentioned his preparation and his routine helped him be gap to gap, be such a good hitter in both right and left center. And that was what he said, independent of him hearing us mention on the broadcast how good he's been with that over the course of the last month and a half. Behind 0-2, fouls it back. For Rafi, it's a sinker, slider, changeup, and four-seam. We've seen one four-seam fastball thrown this year. Primarily a sinker ball pitcher. The changeup comes out occasionally, but it's mainly sinker, slider. That's been a nasty combination for some guys this year. Hard hit, and Parker boots it. And it's just base runners galore for both teams here in the first inning. Goes on the board as an error, so E4 and Attilis gets on. Take a look at the defense behind Rafi Vasquez. Leaf, Thomas, and Vaughn Jr., your outfielders. Dwayne Jr. and Emmett at third and first. Bagneski and Parker up the middle, and Sam Loda wearing the catcher's gear behind the dish tonight. Drew had a fantastic catch last night. If you didn't see it, go take a look on the YouTube in last night's game. It was eerily similar to his Sports Center top 10 catch against these Mammoths and robbing Brian Leaf of a home run in left center field a few weeks ago. Back up the middle again. This one's off the leg of Vasquez. Bagneski has to grab it. Everybody is safe. So the Mammoths get their first 5 base runners on, had the bases loaded, were able to score 4 runs, and now the Unicorns are one swing away from tying it with their first 3 base runners on, and that's not too far out of the realm of possibility. The cleanup man, home run leader in the league, Ari Sakopoulos, will dig in. First pitch, that might have been the slider inside, 0-1. Vasquez has surprisingly been better against lefties than righties. Righties hitting above 300. Lefties hitting 286. There's a fastball, bottom of the zone for strike 2. Sakopoulos quickly behind, 0-2. He's been lights out against righties this year. Hasn't had that many at-bats against lefties, just 9. There just aren't that many lefty pitchers in the league, but against right-handers, already hitting 308. Fly ball, right center. Did he do it again? It's deep. It's back. It's caught at the warning track. What a play. Hodo's going to score. Sakopoulos gave it a ride. It's 4-1 with 1 down. That's Tanner Thomas making a splendid grab deep into the gap in right center. So a sac fly for Ari, scores a run. That's Hodo that comes across. Brings up Childress. Swing and a miss. Attilis also tagged from second, so it's runners on the corners. He's over there at third, Galassi at first. Back-to-back swings on the sliders. No contact for Childress. The sacrifice is just the first out. Oh, 2, wouldn't chase. got him looking. Strike three. Childress watches the slider cross on the outside edge. That's the first strikeout tonight for Vasquez. It's a backwards K. And we'll bring up Bolin. First pitch swinging. Strike one. Bolin this season hitting .292 in 28 games. Takes a slider inside. Now has more starts in left field than he did at first base at the start of the season. Still getting used to that spot. 1-1. Checked his swing. He went around. Going back to that Sakopoulos sac fly, pretty impressive for Thomas to even get there, given how slippery that outfield is right now. Drenched in downpour for about 30 minutes. Right around 6:50, 6:55 was when the rain first hit. We saw Galassi slip in the top of the first. Bolin had trouble getting out of his spot to a little bloop single down the line. 1-2. Waved that out into center. Thomas has a long run to go. Sliding, it's going to drop. Attilas scores. Bolin's trying to stretch it for two. Now coming around is Galassi. There will be no throw to the plate. 7 total runs here in the first. It's 4-3. RBI single for Malik Bolin. Clears the bases, puts him on first. Lambert looks at ball one. Lined and a right, a base hit. Vaughn will scoop it up. Inning stays alive for the Unicorns. That's their 4th hit. Anything you can do, I can do better. The Mammoths put up 4 runs on 4 hits in the top half. Now 3 runs on 4 hits for the Unicorns. Castro looks at a strike on the outside. Leandy, a Harlem, New York native, 25 years old, hitting 232 games this year. 0-1, pounded just foul as it scoots left of the third base bag. Seven RBIs this year for Leandy. Number 8 would tie it at 4 apiece here in the early goings. Talk about a long first inning. The Mammoths sent 9 to the plate. Castro is the 8th Unicorn to step up. Total of 17 batters. It's been almost half an hour. Lined, and that's going to get through. Bolin coming around to score. Lambert's going to be held at third. Castro with an RBI double. 4-4 now. Man, both of these teams piling the runs on early. Don't know how too often we're going to say this. Each team sends 9 batters to the plate. Parkinson on the ground. Dwayne with a diving stop this time. Gets up, fires, and gets the third out. Nice play from Buddy after he just missed the one before. The final put out here in the first goes 5-3. 8 runs total, 4 apiece. That's our score after 1.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Welcome back to the ballpark. A long, and I mean long with a capital L, first inning. 8 runs, 4 for each side, 18 total batters, 9 for each side. Mammoths got 4 runs on 3 hits. They left 2 on base. The Unicorns got their 4 runs on 5 hits, also left 2 on base. Not quite the start we expected here in the first, but all in all, we got a new ball game. So, again, Emmett, Parker, and Leaf, top of the order, due up here in the second. Emmett was hit by a pitch and scored last inning. Curveball misses. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-1. Outside with the curve. Second inning brought to you by Budweiser here on the US PBL Network. You can see the banners. The Clydesdales were here today. Pretty cool stuff. We got that footage for you later. That's popped back and out of play. Foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Emmett today going against one of his former teammates. Grew up playing with and against Malik Bolin, both from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas. Emmett spent his college days at Central Arkansas. Bolin at Mary Hardin Baylor in Texas. That's how Emmett knew about the USPBL. How he was brought here. The 2-2. Inside and a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, line to the left, a base hit. Hitters are just having their way at the plate right now. 5 hits for both teams with the leadoff base hit from Emmett. Montaner this season has averaged just over 6 hits per 9, and we talked about how few extra base hits there are. Has yet to give up an extra base hit tonight, but we're already at 5 for the Mammoths. First pitch to Parker, out to left in the gap. Boland's there, jumps up, makes the grab. That's the first out. That'll bring up Leaf. Thought I'd gave Montaner the announcer's jinx for a second. Hadn't give up an extra base hit tonight, just 2 this season. Oh, Leaf swung at it, but it hit him. That's strike 1. No balls and a strike. Leaf singled to center and scored in the first inning. Feels like that was a while ago. Emmett waits over on first. The 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike now. Curveball doesn't find the zone again. 2-1. Montaner's last start, as we mentioned, was 3 perfect innings. Faced 9 batters, struck out 3 of them. No hits, no walks, no base runners of any sort. His last appearance came 4 days ago against these Mammoths. Only threw 2/3 of an inning. Struck out 1 batter. And now Jean will step off. That's fouled to the right side. Took a big hop off that puddle. You see the splash. Hopefully nobody got hit by the dirty water over there. 2-2. Emmett waits over at first. He hasn't been in the USPBL long, just 6 games, but he's already tried to steal twice, and both times have been unsuccessful. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Leaf. Second K tonight for Montaner. Back-to-back outs. And that's actually the second time we've had back-to-back outs recorded in this game. Brings up Brown. First pitch swinging out into left. Boland back a few steps, and there, look at that. Leadoff man gets on. After that, it's a 1-2-3 second inning for the Unicorns.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union.
We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Back here at the ballpark, 4-4 our score. Unicorns, the home team, batting the bottom of the second. They've put up a 0 in the top of the second against the Mammoths after a leadoff base hit from Connor Emmett. We're joined happily by Shane McCaddy, the Director of Baseball Operations here at the USPBL. Shane, thanks for being here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Talk about that first inning. Boy.
Yeah.
9 batters each side.
No, it's
4 runs.
It's good to see the energy always, but, you know, when you have a long rain delay, sometimes that's it can go that way. And, you know, both teams, they battled it out there in that first inning, even it out, new game, and, you know, just hope to see some clean play, a lot of strikes, and, you know, just guys, good energy across the board.
Yeah, I guess it really only affects the season-long stats for these guys. We just restart here in the second.
Right.
Hodo leading off. First pitch in for a strike, and it just looked like for some of the fielders out there, both infield and outfield, the rain is playing a factor, and just a little slow to maybe get out of their spots and get a jump on some of the balls.
Yeah, and it's a little wet in the outfield, but you know what? Both teams have to deal with it, so you just have to, you know, almost put it out of your mind. Be aware, obviously, that you're probably not going to be able to get out of your, you know, breaks and reads on balls as quickly as, you know, you would on a normal condition night.
Nice dive by Emmett. He stops it, can't glove it. Flip to Vasquez covering, and they get the out. That's tough to do against a speedy Hodo. The putout goes 3-1 for the first out. So, Shane, I wanted to ask you about Rafi. We've talked about him before. Wasn't a pitcher in college, did a little bit in high school in his first year of college, but became an infielder. And since turning pro, has made the transition. It's been up and down. You take into account his injury. That was a little bit of a setback, but he's looked good. How much success is there in this avenue? It's not uncommon that we've seen this guy switch from being a positional player to a pitcher and trying to make it big.
Right. I mean, you see it all the time at you know, even levels like this, levels a little bit higher. You know, you just you see the arm talent there. You see the athleticism that, you know, translated from him, you know, being a position player, you know, using it to his advantage and disadvantage at times on the mound, just trying to, you know, which can lead to, you know, guys forcing things to happen. And, you know, it's just a little bit different than being a position player. But, you know, he's learning. It's a good place for him. He's made a lot of strides so far this year. He had the setback with the injury, but, you know, he used that time, you know, wisely to, you know, get better every day. Even though he wasn't throwing, there's a lot of stuff he could be doing, and he's a guy that's going to work every chance he gets.
Galassi facing a ball and no strikes. Got to be a tough offense to go against for one of your first few times back.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Rafi.
Absolutely.
Don't want to give up too many secrets, but you were a pitcher, spent some time in the minor leagues. What would be your game plan against this Unicorns team? They've been so good all season long.
Well, it's a team that you definitely can't fall behind. You have to get ahead. You have to kind of change their eye levels in, out. And the one thing you can't allow them to do is to get comfortable. And, you know, you have to – doesn't mean you necessarily have to pitch backwards and you know, keep them too off balance. You can establish your fastball, but you just really have to get ahead. And, you know, you get unfortunate things like that. You know, a good piece of hitting by Drew, but if you get ahead or get behind, you know, things like that, or those little bloops are going to see, you know, you're going to see it go against you. If you get ahead, you're going to get a little bit more uncomfortable, and those little bloops are going to turn into weaker contact outs if you get ahead. That's the whole deal.
Galassi now 2 for 2 on the night with the single into left, brings up Sikopoulos, nearly tied this game on one swing in the first. Down 4-0, put it, what did you say, 393 out there to center, 395 is the wall.
Yes, he hit it to the deepest part of the park there in that little, like, triangle out there, and it's going to be a hard night. Those damp nights, sometimes it's just the ball doesn't travel as well. And, I mean, he got it pretty good. Tanner made a nice catch out there.
There's another good piece of hitting from Ari. Drops in front of Vaughn. Galassi's going to try to stretch this all the way to third. That's a good throw, but Dwayne can't grab it. Now Sakopoulos goes to second, and Galassi goes home. Sakopoulos going to third. Nobody's covering. He's in there. A run scores, and Ari Sakopoulos turns a little flare single into a triple. It's 5-4. The aggressive base running pays off. And Shane, that's the thing that I've noticed. You talk about can't fall behind in the counts to these hitters. I think defensively, getting away from pitching a little bit, the one thing you can't do is make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you make mistakes, you're just going to lose games. I mean, at every level. It doesn't matter if it's youth baseball, 12U, high school, professional level, big leagues. If you get behind and you make errors, you don't make the play, you are going to lose games. And that's just a fact of baseball, and that's the way it goes.
Interesting. You mentioned all different ages. Little League World Series going on. You been able to watch any of that?
No, not too much. I've just caught a couple glimpses here and there. We've been pretty busy with our guys, but it's the guys down there I saw them earlier. They had it on in the locker room, so I'll catch a minute of it. Seem like they get bigger and stronger and throwing harder and hitting further home runs every year.
Well, I was mentioning last night, we saw those kids 12 years old throwing 75. I don't think I could throw 75 right now, but Mitch said he was going to get me to Little League World Series velocity. What do you think about that?
Hey, I bet I could see it happening. We can use that length, that athleticism, and we can get you there.
2-1 now, the count on Childress. Sakopoulos waits on third with 2 outs. That's in the dirt. Good block by Loda. Talked about how busy you've been with some of these guys lately. And on both sides, on the mound and positionally, there have just been a lot of really good performances of late. You think about that guy at third, Ari Sakopoulos. Vasquez had a really good start his last time up. Some of the newcomers have been lights out. It's got to be a good feeling.
Well, yeah, it's great. I mean, I want nothing but success all around for everybody. And, Rafi was great his last time out. That was fun to watch. Ari's been good. Drew's been great. He had another, exceptional catch last night. It makes me feel good all around. I mean, that's the goal, is just to try and get them to, perform like they're capable of and more.
And we've seen a lot of really good pitching performances outside of these two teams. Muntaner for the Unicorns had his 3 perfect innings. Ledbetter as well, but you think about guys like Harry Orth, Derek Eddington, Austin Shea of the Beavers.
Yeah.
They've been really fun to watch.
Yeah, they've all been really great. Harry was awesome his last time out. Austin Shea has been good. So those are guys that when you go out there, you know that that's their day to go. You have a good game to look forward to most times, and they've been a lot of fun to watch.
I think the nice thing for these managers has to be the sense of trust and reliability for the most part with those guys. Bolin out to left. That one's deep. Back, carrying, caught off the scoreboard. He breaks this second inning open with his 4th home run of the year. It's a 3-run blast to make it 8-4. I was talking to Malik before the game, and we were talking about the Clydesdales being here, and he joked that his host family was coming only to see them, but I guess they get a treat and get to see Bolin with a 3-run blast.
Well, it's got to make him feel good right there. He smoked that ball.
He got a slider in the zone and took it deep to the scoreboard in left center. It's now 8-4. We were talking about the Clydesdales. Did you get a chance to catch those things up close?
Yeah, I was on the field. I've seen them. I've been lucky enough to see them every year they've come out, and it's really cool every time. Even if you've seen them before, it's something else to see. How really big they are in person. It's unbelievable.
They look like a horse ate a horse. They're pretty big. Shane, thanks for joining us. 8-4 Unicorns here as we finish the second inning on the USPBL Network.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Well, we've only played two, but this has been quite an interesting game. It's 8-4, the Unicorns lead it. They score 4 in the first on 9 batters, and then score 4 in the second on 7 batters. The big fly coming from Malik Bolin, a 3-run blast to score himself, Childress, and Ari Sikopoulos. With 2 outs, Unicorns now up 4 runs. They were down that many after the top half of the first. The Mammoths scored 4. So Muntaner goes back out for the third. 5, 6, 7 hitters, Vaughn Jr., Loda, and Buddy Dwayne Jr. Vaughn had an RBI bases loaded walk in the first. He's done that so consistently and so well all season long. Get on with some walks. That was the 18th or 19th of the season for Greg, compared to just 22 strikeouts. Pretty good numbers there. He sees an average of 5 pitches in every at-bat. Just a tough guy for pitchers to get ahead on and get to force swinging. The 3-1. Left side, big hop. That kind of helped Attilas a little bit. Fires deep in the hole. Is he going to get him? He did by half a step. Vaughn doesn't like the call. It's the first out. That was a close one. That was a tough play for Attilas over there deep in the hole. He made a spectacular throw. And it looks like there's some conversation. Someone just got ejected in the Mammoths dugout. Looks like Nick Caruso having a conversation with our fielding umpire. He's heading back towards the clubhouse. He's been tossed. Now Greg Vaughn Jr. is coming out. Taylor Jellikowski, the head manager of this Mammoth squad, has come all the way from his third base coaching position over to first now. I think Caruso and Vaughn both might be ejected. Vaughn's making the long walk towards the clubhouse. The Mammoths have had their share of tough calls not go their way this season. Most recently against these Unicorns. They lost a game on a missed call in extra innings. When Drew Galassi checked his swing, they said it was a foul ball, but it wasn't. Should have been strike 3. He was awarded another pitch and got a walk-off single. So after all that, it's 0-1 on Sam Loda, who popped out his first time up. No balls, 2 strikes on Sam. Montaner did a nice job recovering from the first inning last time. Nice play over there by Lambert. He's got a long throw. It pulls Sakopoulos off the bag, and Loda is safe. So that'll be an infield single for Sam. Montaner, after facing 9, giving up 3 hits and 4 runs in the first, gave up a base hit to Emmett to lead things off in the second, but then after that, line out, strikeout, fly out, 1, 2, 3. He had recorded 4 outs in a row, which I think tonight is going to be one of the longer stretches, just the way the night has gone, until Loda reached on that single. We've only played 2 complete innings already. 4 runs on 6 hits and an error for the Mammoths. For the Unicorns, 8 runs on 8 hits. No miscues. (2-0) chopped left side. Montaner will field. Turn throw to first. Dwayne's safe. This is very similar to last night for the Unicorns. There were just some softly hit balls in the infield that they were not lucky enough to be able to make the play. That's no mistake on anybody. Montaner just didn't have enough time to get to that one and throw down to first. A couple of fielders' choices last night that didn't go the Unicorns' way. We talked about that in the pregame interview with Attilis. That's back-to-back infield singles, puts 2 on and 1 out for Tanner Thomas, who's already got 2 RBIs tonight. Check that. That's Connor Bagneski. He does have 2 RBIs tonight. Tanner Thomas is on deck. Bagneski had a 2-run single to right in the first. Third inning brought to you by Chevrolet here on the US PBL Network. Katrina Loda on Facebook says, nice way to go Woolies from CT. Jeremy Otto says, Brendan, do you miss me? Well, Jeremy, yes and no. I miss having a partner, but Shane was able to come on and help me out. Mitch is scheduled to come next, and I like doing the full play-by-play, but I do miss you and your insight when I have my play-by-play innings. 3-0 on Bagneski, and couldn't come up with it. Montaner will load the bases for the 3rd time.
Next up for the Mammoths, the center fielder number 4, Tanner Thomas.
That'll bring up Tanner Thomas. Ethan Gerber on YouTube says, let's go Utica Unicorns. Multi-Apples also rooting for the Unicorns tonight. Doesn't seem like there's too many people rooting for them, and that's nothing against them. They just want to see a close race in the playoffs as we get closer. Unicorns were benefactors of a 12-game win streak in the first half of the season. That's been a big boost for them the rest of the way. They're 11 games above 500 as we speak. Think about those 12 games. Maybe if they go 6-6, their record looks a lot more similar to some of these other teams. 0-1 inside. They've just had their roster pretty much set since spring training. There's been a few subtractions and additions, but no major pitfalls in this lineup since the start of the year. You think about teams like the Beavers. They were struggling to find a catcher for the longest time. That let in some defensive runs against them. The Hoppers had some pitching struggles for a little bit, and their bats went cold, then went hot and cold again for a little bit. The Mammoths have struggled to find consistent bats, but for the Unicorns, the pitching hasn't quite been the same level as some of the other squads, but it's been good enough to get the job done, and when you pair it with the best and most potent offense in the league far and away, it'll do. Thomas down on strikes. When you look at the standings on the USPBL website, there's one number that stands out above all the others, and it's not the 23 wins for the Unicorns. It's the plus 65 run differential, and that's that offense that we talked about. No other team in the league even has a positive run differential. First pitch to Emmett is way outside for ball one. Loda waits on third, Dwayne on second. They both reached on singles on the infield. Bagneski is over at first by virtue of a walk. Mammoths trying to respond to the 4 runs put up in the home half of the second by the Unicorns. On the ground, foul. Emmett 1 for 1 plus a hit by pitch tonight. Parkinson thought he got the third strike. Emmett thought about offering. Neither happened. It's 2-2. Up the middle, takes a high hop. Attilis has to charge. Tough play, firing on the run. It gets by. 1 run scores already. It's Loda. Out of play it goes. So Dwayne Jr. is awarded home. Bagneski at third and Emmett at second. 2 runs come across. It's 8-6. Does go on the board as an error, the first error tonight for the Unicorns. Check swing for Parker. Did he go? No, he didn't. 1-0. Inside, nearly hit him. That wouldn't have been a surprise. And again, that's not a knock on Montaner. Parker's just been hit more than anybody far and away this season, 14 times. The 2-0 in the dirt. Struggling to find the strike zone right now. Third inning brought to you by Chevrolet. They've got the pavilion over and left. Got hit by a Mammoth on Sunday. That was Buddy Dwayne. Houston Parker actually hit the pavilion in batting practice today. I think he jokingly was walking past Jellikowski, his manager, as he went up to the plate and said, hey, where do I hit it on the bat? You know, I can't seem to find that spot. Taylor pointed to the barrel, and Parker sure did on the first batting practice pitch. Farthest I've seen him hit a ball this year. He takes a walk. Bases loaded again. That's the second time this inning, fourth time tonight. Leaf takes strike one. Already 3 at-bats for the top of the order for these Mammoths. Swinging and missing for strike 2 for Leaf. He singled and struck out in his first 2. He would score after his single to center field in the first inning. The 0-2, swing and a miss. 3 pitches. Montaner gets out of the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Leaf. But the Mammoths tack on 2 more, and that's your 5th third out of the game. So now 8-6 is our score. We'll send it down to Kara Wolfbauer for our DTE Kid Race the mascot. It's Lancelot tonight.
All right, everybody, it is time for our DTE Kid versus the Mascot race. I am here with Lily, who is just so excited for today, and she actually wants to say a little message to her dad.
Daddy, I love you, and you are the best thing that I have.
Oh my gosh, now I really hope she wins this race. So Lancelot's been having a tough time this year, Lily, so I think you've got this one in the bag, okay? She actually felt really bad for Lancelot, and she wants him to have a head start. Okay, ready? Lancelot, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, there he goes. All right, go, Lily, go. Go, go, go. All right, she takes off. Lily was telling me all about how she's a dancer, so I think she moves pretty quick on her feet. I'm coming home for the high five. Oh, she's getting there faster than I am. Come on. Yes, good job. Congratulations, Lily. Come on, Lance, let's go. You'll get him next time. All right.
That's Kara Wolfbauer, our in-game host tonight, sending it up to Johnny G, our PA announcer here at the USPBL. Now joined by the pitching coordinator, Mitch Aker, who is going to help me with my fastball velocity in the future. I appreciate that, Mitch.
I'll do my best.
Thanks for being here.
Yep.
How about Lily? That was awesome, huh?
Oh, that was unbelievable. What a nice young lady. I hope her dad feels really special about that.
I don't know how he couldn't after that. So it's been a long night already. We're only here in the bottom of the third. Unicorns have already scored 8, so Rafi Vasquez's night is done. It'll be Christian Dearman taking over. Vasquez goes 2 complete innings, 8 hits, 8 runs. Did only walk 1 batter, struck out 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, tough night for Raf, but, I mean, it's hard to follow up his last outing of 7 innings of shutout baseball.
First pitch to Castro, fouled back. Dearman is a guy we've seen since spring training. He's been here all season for the Mammoths. A former Savannah Bananas guy, and he has brought some of that flair to the USPBL. I think it's added to some of the difficulty in hitting this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he just comes right after you, and he will definitely increase the pace of play. That is for sure. He works so fast, and he just comes right at you. I love watching Dearman pitch.
Obviously, Dearman's been a good pitcher. 27 innings, a 3.62 ERA this season, but you perhaps think maybe any of the philosophy for Jelly to bring him in is it's already been a long game, and we do need someone fast?
I think that's part of it, and I also think that Dearman, I mean, if he keeps his pitch count down, he can go 4 or 5 innings. So, I mean, they just need that guy to kind of eat up some innings at this point and keep this game within striking distance for the Mammoths.
That last pitch hit Castro, but he swung. Second time tonight we've seen that.
It's an interesting game so far. It's a very weird game.
You mentioned the ability to stretch Dearman. Twice this season he's gone more than 4 innings. Once was 4, once was 5 complete. Castro down on strikes, waving at a slider.
What is Dearman doing on the mound right now?
He does that Karate Kid celebration or whatever it is.
He's a different cat, I'll tell you what. That was a good pitch.
Only 11 earned runs this year for Christian. 12 walks to 35 strikeouts. Doesn't get hit too hard when he does give up contact, which is a little bit below league average for how much contact he gives up.
Well, he's got that heavy arm side run that goes in on righties, and he seems to jam a ton of righties, and then he goes to the sweeper away.
0-1. There is the sweeper away.
Or, according to Dearman, the slippery lizard.
Is that what he calls it?
That's what he calls the slider. I love it.
4-seam slider and splitter for Christian.
Mm-hmm. Splitter's the rubber ducky.
Donned by you or by him?
By him. Definitely not me. If it was me, it'd be the split, Johnny.
The splitter, it's become a much more popular pitch just in baseball in the past few years, but especially here at the USPBL. You think about guys like Harry Orth and Derek Eddington throwing that. Oh, that one hit Parkinson. He didn't swing this time. There's a hit by pitch. He'll go to first.
Yeah, the splitter's making it's a pretty, I wouldn't say it's an easy pitch to pick up because I couldn't do it, but I mean, guys with bigger hands, like Orth's a bigger guy, Eddington's a really tall guy, he's got big hands, so I mean, it's an easier pitch for those guys to pick up very quickly because, I mean, you just grip it and rip it, and if you throw it right, that thing's just falling off the table.
For our non-pitchers in the audience, the point of the splitter is you hold it in between your index and your middle finger and throw it like a fastball. But with the spin that it comes out at, it really just looks like a fastball for the longest time and then drops off sharply as it gets to home plate and gets a lot of swing and miss over the top.
Absolutely. It's one of those pitches that, like, if you struggle throwing a changeup, trying to feel out a changeup, it's a little bit easier, especially if you have bigger hands.
1-0, tipped into the glove at 69 miles an hour on the slider. It's one of the slower sliders in the league. It might even be the slowest, but it's been effective this season. Comes back with the fastball. That 85 looks like 95 after 70.
Yeah, it's hard to make Hodo look like that. So, I mean, it's definitely deceptive, that's for sure, because Hodo doesn't really get fooled like that often.
That one's outside. Slider has been his best strikeout pitch. He has most of his strikeouts with the fastball, but percentage-wise, it's heavy strikeout as his best one, or slider, and that's another one right there. Second this inning. That's the second out.
Yep, asking you shall receive, Brandon. I like the way Dearman's just attacking everybody now.
Dancing along to the song, too.
Just good vibes from Mr. Dearman.
I don't know if I've seen him without a smile more times than I've seen him with one.
I've only seen him mad one time, and it was that game that you kind of brought up earlier when Galassi swung and missed, but it was a foul ball. I've never seen him that mad in my life. Ooh.
Just a bit inside. 2 balls, no strikes. For those of you who aren't familiar with Mitch, he was a USPBL member in its inaugural season.
Oh, yeah, long ago.
2016, you were a unicorn in the purple and red.
I was. We didn't have the nice purple jerseys. We only had the all whites and then the off gray. Our grays were 2 different colors. It wasn't great.
Bad night to wear white, huh, for the unicorns?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
Pre-game, I'm walking around barefoot because I'm not trying to get my white shoes dirty.
3-1 on Attilas. And after your inaugural season here in the USPBL, you were able to join the Diamondbacks organization and Found it interesting. In this venue tonight, there is a black Diamondbacks Paul Goldschmidt jersey.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
Right down over there on the left side.
Look at that. Yeah, I ran into Paul Goldschmidt by accident in spring training one time, and that dude is a house. He is gigantic.
Was he aware that you were on his team?
Oh, he was on the minor league side. He just playing with his kids on the conditioning field.
Boy, so strikeout, hit batter, strikeout, hit batter. This inning for Dearman.
Looks like it's just one of those games where the pitchers are just gonna have to grind it out. And this is not the guy you want to face right now. That's for sure.
Galassi, 2 for 2 tonight. Single run scored. Happened in both the first and the second innings. 3 straight at-bats in 3 straight innings. If that gives you any indication as to what kind of night tonight is. That's for both teams. The top 3 on both sides have all batted in the first, second, and third innings. The Mammoths shift the lefty Galassi. Not quite 3 to the right. Bagneski is a step left of second base. See him on our center field camera there.
This is interesting.
Inside with the slider. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, well, Galassi can go the opposite way. Like, he's not a dead pull hitter. Neither is Ari. So, I mean, I guess they're playing the percentages.
We asked Jelly about this, and he said his philosophy was pretty cut and dry. We're just going to shift the lefties, and he's just, like you said, kind of playing the percentages. Galassi has gone to that right side more often than not. 2-1, high to the right side, not quite deep. There.
Is that Leaf out there now?
I think that's Brian Leaf in for the ejected Greg Vaughn Jr. That is Brian Leaf. Mitch Morales is in left now. Leaf started in left. So the Mammoths get out of it with no damage done. It's still 8-6 Unicorns here after 3.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Getting ready for the 4th inning. It'll be Brown, not sure, should be Morales, and then Sam Loda here in the 4th, as we talked about. Greg Vaughn Jr. ejected from tonight's game. He was called out on what was a bang-bang play in every sense of the term over at first base on a deep ground ball in the 6 hole to Attilas at short. Morales was out there in left, and Leaf switched over to right, so we can probably safely assume Morales will bat here for Vaughn. It'll be Brown first. Takes a curveball outside edge for strike 1. Montaner stays out there. Vasquez, who was the starter for the Mammoths, his day is already done. First pitch through the infield on a line to the right side. And Elijah Brown boards safely.
Gene's toughing it out. I'm sure he's tired, but I mean, he's just, with the amount of arms that the Unicorns have right now, he's just kind of got to wear it. And he's keeping the game close. He's giving them a chance.
And obviously you never want to get injuries, but if you had to pick a time to be injury-ridden and just be short-staffed overall if you're the Unicorns, it would not be this week.
Oh, God, no.
2 weeks before the playoffs, 4 games in a week.
4 games in 5 days, and they struggle with guys being able to extend, especially starting pitching-wise. I mean, I don't know how often Riggleman's gone over 5, and I don't think Fiorito's gone over 5 more than twice this year.
Brown goes to second. He gets it. That's the record. And he gets to third on the errant throw from Parkinson.
Is that the record, really? Wow, good
24 for 24.
Wow. Wow, good for Elijah.
He gets the announcement on the PA from Johnny G. A single season record, 24 stolen bases, has yet to be caught. And Mitch, how about this number? Let's get your live reaction to this. Elijah Brown, 24 stolen bases. His strikeouts, 21.
Wow. That's one heck of a year for him. I mean, and there's no sign of him slowing down at all either. Good for Elijah.
He's now 90 feet from home on the errant throw. Morales puts it out into right, and foul it will go. Morales basically has to push this anywhere in the air or on the ground on the right side, and Brown will score.
Yeah, let's see if the Mammoths can scratch across a run. They need it.
They trail by 2. Equal number of hits and errors for both squads. It's 8-1.
Oh,
hit him again.
Ouch.
That's the second time Muntaner has plunked a batter tonight. And that is our 4th time overall. 2 on each side. Boy, this is just, it's almost eerie how similar both sides have been tonight. 8 hits for both. 1 error for both. We were tied for a long time. 4 runs for both in each of the first inning. 2 hit batters for both.
It's just,
what's going on tonight?
It's just a weird night. Heavy storms come in, I guess. I mean, it shouldn't be an excuse, like rain delays happen, but I mean, it's just, it seemed like the storm kind of took the winds out of the sail a little bit, and at least from the pitching side, on my side, I mean, it kind of looks like both guys came out flat and couldn't really regain anything, couldn't regain any momentum. So I mean, Dearman put up a 0, which is great, but I mean, we'll see when the Unicorns go to the pen to see. It looks like, is that Mr. Hibbets down there? Yep, Mr. Hibbets. Hopefully Lyle can come in and liven the game up a little bit.
Reminder to our viewers, Lyle Hibbets of the Beavers and Sam Brace of the Hoppers are helping out the Unicorns tonight. They'll be hot out of the bullpen. Expect to see both of them, especially on a night like tonight, where Muntaner already was going to have to be stretched further than normal, and it's just been a long night already. That one's in the dirt. Morales running. Parkinson fakes the throw because Brown's over at third base.
Well, that's a big opportunity for Mr. Loda.
He's already come up big in some of these spots already. Start to his professional career before tonight, 8 for 13 with 5 RBIs and a home run. Tonight he's 1 for 2 and a run scored.
No, he's a huge addition to that Mammoths lineup. He brings some stability at catcher, and I mean, swinging the bat so far, it's a phenomenal pickup for Jelly.
We've seen some really good hitting catchers on all squads this year.
Definitely.
You talk about Matt Parkinson. He's hitting above 250 for the longest time, was above 300 all season, even before their injuries. Nick Caruso, Duncan Hewitt.
Yeah.
Caruso has been good all year long. 2-2 inside. Brown's running as it gets past Parkinson, and he'll score standing up. That makes it 8-7.
You talk about Duncan. I mean, before that play at the plate, Duncan was starting to barrel up pretty much everything he saw. Fastball, off speed, he was starting to find barrels. It just, timing wasn't his friend, obviously. And I mean, now with Combs with the hoppers, he's hitting too. And I mean, Felix is always a dangerous at bat. You just one swing of the bat and he can leave the yard too.
Felix Aberrett of the Beavers hitting above 300. Combs of the Hoppers off to a good start professionally. This one's out to right. Castro has to go back a few steps just before the warning track. Morales is going to tag from third and tie this game. Sam Loda with a sac fly. Big spot again. We're all knotted up at 8.
Holy, that was a quick yank by Skip Johnson. Man.
So Montaner's day is done. He gives up 2 here in the 4th with only 1 out, and it comes on that sac fly from Loda. We'll step aside for the pitching change. It'll be Lyle Hibbets of the Beavers here for the Unicorns in the top of the 4th. 1 down, nobody on.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Lyle Hibbets on the bump for the Unicorns, helping them out tonight, coming over from the Beavers and getting a spot appearance. He joined the Beavers recently, 7 appearances so far, all of them in relief. Has only given up 1 earned run in 10 2/3 innings. A guy, Mitch, who, we haven't seen a lot of. It's a small sample size, but has looked pretty good.
No, I like Lyle. He just attacks. He's a college guy. He actually, a funny story, he trains with Cam Hatch down in Arizona, and Cam was one of my teammates on the Unicorns in the first year. So it's a
small world.
Yeah, Cam kind of referred him up here, and I mean he's been awesome since he's gotten here. He just shows up to early work every day, gets his work done, and I mean he's so far so good.
4-seam fastball, knuckle curve, changeup, and a slider at 0.6%. So probably just once thrown for Lyle. And the big pitch for him is the knuckle curve. Talking to some hitters, the word through the grapevine. That's a tough pitch to hit.
Oh, yeah. He's got a hammer. I mean, that curveball is really good. And, I mean, especially when he can land it in the strike zone and then he can bury it in the dirt over the plate, it's definitely his best pitch.
So he inherits no base runners with 1 out, but 2 runs have already scored this inning. Those will be credited to Montaner. His day is done after just 3 1/3 innings. First pitch, fastball, 92, blown by Dwayne for strike 1. And talk about that knuckle curve. What's the difference between a knuckle curve versus just a regular curve or a slurve? There's different variations. How much does it really matter that it's a variation? How much does it matter to the hitter? How different does it look?
I mean, I threw a knuckle curve also. I mean, and for me, it was just all feel, and it gave me a little bit more movement. So, like, at first I kind of took my pointer finger off the ball because I felt like it was getting in the way, and it just gave me a little bit more pressure on the ball and kind of made it sharper for me, and I think that's the same thing with Lyle. But on the downside of it is if you telegraph it too early, the hitters can see the knuckle and see the elevated finger on the ball. So you kind of got to do your best to hide it as long as you can.
Dwayne down on strikes on 3 pitches as he checked his swing on that knuckle curve. First strikeout for Hibbets. 15th of his short professional career here, just 5 walks. Now Bagneski fouls one back.
The giant inflatable guy almost just took that. Guy's
Yeah,
creeping me out.
I'm not sure what that is.
He's freaking me out a little bit, I'll tell you what.
He's been here all night, going around visiting some of the fans. The 0-1 skips in the dirt, and to the backstop it goes. We talked about maybe some of the reasons why this game has gone how it has tonight. And, you know, you mentioned one thing that stood out to me. A rain delay is a rain delay, and they're going to happen. But in fairness to some of these players, we really have been fortunate to not have that many this year.
Oh, no, it's been, I mean, shoot, we've only had a couple, like a handful. I mean, the weather's been really good, so I guess they've just been getting in a groove. But, I mean, as you move up and as you go to different places, like, it happens, you know? Like, when I was in Winnipeg, we actually had a snow delay.
Hibbets won't get the call. 89 with the fastball, 2-2. Whenever I think of snow in baseball, I always think of opening day 2020 or 2021, not sure what it was, but Miguel Cabrera hit the first home run of the MLB season through the snow. You couldn't even tell the ball left.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer. He can just do it in all sorts of weather. Nice play.
Bagneski down on strikes. Parkinson fires a strike of his own down to first base to complete the strikeout. Hibbets steps in and strikes out 2 in a row, but 2 runs come across before that. Tied at 8 through 3.5 here on the USPBL Network.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Bottom of the 4th, first pitch to Sakopoulos is outside for ball 1. It'll be Ari and then Noah Childress and Malik Bolin here in the bottom of the 4th trying to untie this game after the Mammoths put up 2 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th to make it 8-8. We're here joined by the pitching coordinator of the USPBL, Mitch Aker.
Yeah, Dearman, this is a huge, huge, huge first batter right here. If he gets Ari out as the leadoff guy, that'll really set up a shutdown inning for him.
3 to the right in a full shift against Sakopoulos. And the center fielder, Tanner Thomas, is 6 or 7 steps right of second base. Leaf in right hugs the line. The 2-1 is outside, 3-1.
Got to make a quality pitch here. You can't just groove one to Ari. He may end up in the Clinton River.
He's done it 11 times this year. Won't even come close. Walking Sakopoulos on 5 pitches to start this inning. What did you do against hitters in, you know, the same level of Sakopoulos, whether it was here at the USPBL or in the minor leagues, guys that you knew if you didn't get a first pitch strike, You were already in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I always tell the story to the guys here.
Childress out into center. Thomas has to go on a long run. Tough to get out. He slides and makes the grab. Nice play. Looked like he might have just got stuck in the mud for a second.
Nice play.
It's out number 1.
Yeah, I always tell the story about how I gave up the hardest hit ball and the farthest ball in the same at-bat to O'Neal Cruz in the minor leagues. I got through a first pitch changeup down, and it was a ball. Then I tried to go backdoor slider, and it was a ball, and I had to come right at him, and he hit it 118 and 506 off of me.
Wow. Bolin puts one into the gap in left. Sakopoulos on his horse. He'll get around second and go to third now as Morales slips. Bolin will go to second. Morales pointing to a patch of grass that ate him up. And now it's second and third with 1 out. JJ getting some loud cheers right now.
Such a good boy.
He dropped the bat, though.
Well, he can't do
he
that.
had it
Come
and
on,
then
JJ.
dropped it.
Oh, man.
But
But
yeah,
yeah,
toss to the side.
Like you said, I mean, to Ari, I mean, he's right now has the most power. I mean, I kind of compare him to Nick Wilson from my year, who had, I think, 22 in that year. And, I mean, he's one of those big power hitters. I feel like if you can stack the fastball, like, a little bit above the belt at the top of the zone in on his hands, that's the way to go, so he can extend those big arms.
You talked about O'Neal Cruz. Infield in now with 1 out. Lambert swings and misses 1-1. For those of you that don't know that name, you will.
Oh, yeah.
In the very near future, he's the new starting shortstop of the Pirates.
Yeah, he's an animal. He is an absolute stud.
He's what, 6'6"?
I think so. I think he might be 6'7".
Like 210. Runs fast, hits the ball hard, has a cannon of an arm.
He's just an athletic freak.
1-1 is inside. I know he has the hardest ball thrown across the diamond this year. Doesn't he also have in the major leagues the hardest hit ball?
Yeah, I think he hit one like 124 or something insane like that. And it was like a ground ball up the middle that just got to the center fielder unbelievably fast.
What would you do in that situation if you're a pitcher? Ground ball comes back at you 124 miles an hour.
Hope to God it doesn't get me in the shin.
2-2 now on Lambert. Pops it up foul and over the screen.
No, the funny part was he was with the Dodgers at the time, and that was the same team Gavin Lux was on. And Lux was like the top prospect, and from what I remember, I think they were trying to make Cruz a center fielder. And thank the Lord he got out of the Dodgers so he can keep playing shortstop.
Pirates today beating the Red Sox 8-2 at home.
Please tell me he hit a homer.
O'Neal Cruz 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
That's all right.
They've got some good other young guys on that team too. Brian Reynolds is another name that if you don't know, you will know soon.
Ke'Bryan Hayes. And then Mitch Keller also. Fireballer for them.
Lambert down on strikes. That's the second out, and that's a big one for Christian Dearman. Chance to strand these runners in scoring position.
Big at bat right here.
Taking a look at some other major league scores. The Blue Jays lead the Yankees 9-2 right now. How about the Yankees, man? They have fallen off a cliff like a curveball.
It's the curse of Joey Gallo. That's a tough breakup, and Joey Gallo's starting swinging again.
Gallo was traded just before the deadline to the Dodgers and has since become a quality outfielder for them. Had significant struggles with the Yankees. The 1-1 fly ball to right. Coming in is Leaf. He'll snag it for the third out. Maybe didn't know it was 3.
No,
Still tied at 8 as the Unicorns put up a 0 spot in the 4th. We'll head to the 5th.
Stroke, heart attack, chest pain, injury. ERs at Ascension Michigan hospitals are ready 24/7, delivering the right care at the right time. As a chair of emergency medicine at an Ascension Michigan hospital, I understand the importance of timely ER care. What's different? Experienced care teams and board-certified doctors who take the time to listen. You are connected to on-site lab and imaging, pharmacy, and leading-edge care with specialists in cardiovascular services, neuroscience, orthopedics, and more. Choose ERs at Ascension Michigan Hospitals.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
We've played 4. The score is 8-8. Lyle Hibbett's on the mound for the Unicorns here to start things off in the top of the 5th. Against the Mammoths lineups, he'll face Thomas, Emmett, and Houston Parker. Mitch Aker still with us, giving me some company up here in the booth. Was by myself yesterday and for a little bit today. I appreciate it, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm just taking Jeremy's spot.
Yeah. Jeremy, if you're listening, talk to some of the people here at the USPBL. You better get back quickly.
I'm coming for you, Jeremy.
You have a new job coming up on the horizon. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm going to finish out the year here. And, yeah, I'm going to go to Quantico next year and hopefully make it through FBI training. So hopefully be a FBI special agent coming up around next June.
That sounds pretty awesome. Got to be excited for that. You grew up near Quantico.
Yeah,
over in Maryland, right?
Virginia.
Right.
About a half hour north. Actually, my grandparents live about 10 minutes away from Quantico. So if I ever need to get away from Quantico, I can just go down 10 minutes down 95.
Get some home cooking?
Yeah, I don't know. That's West Virginia home cooking. I don't know if I want that.
Thomas is 0 for 2 with a strikeout tonight.
But no, that was a 2.5-year process, and it finally paid off. Both of my parents were super excited. My dad was a government agent of some sort that I'm never allowed to know, apparently. So hopefully if I get the resources that I'm supposed to have, I can actually finally find out what he actually did.
If I throw a fastball tomorrow over 85 miles an hour, will you tell me your first big secret?
Absolutely.
Okay, deal.
110%.
1-0 on the ground. Thomas, first out.
I think 85's in the tank for you. We'll get there. We
We
still have a month.
I got to keep it in the ballpark, though.
That's all right. Whatever.
I mean, 85 versus 85 in the third row. It's 2 different things.
Yeah, well, still happy. You still did it.
It's a souvenir for a fan,
hey,
right?
You did it.
Lineup flips over. It's Connor Emmett, and he looks at a ball in the dirt. We were taking a look at some of the MLB scores before the break. We're talking about Joey Gallo and the Yankees. You got to play against him.
Yeah, in high school, I actually got to go to the area code games, which is one of the most national televised showcases, and my team was phenomenal. I think we had top to bottom the best talent. We didn't win a game somehow, and like our outfield was Byron Buxton, Jesse Winker, and then somehow I played left field, and I don't know how. And then, but yeah, against Mr. Gallo, I know he'll never watch this, but kind of own you. Got a base hit off of him up the middle and then struck him out in the same inning. So that was actually kind of cool.
Emmett, hard hit out to left center. Galassi on the run, and that's no problem for him. A gazelle out there in center field. He'll make the grab.
Man, he's good out there. Holy, he's good out there.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if you got to see it. Apparently, so there were 2 videos, the one from last night and the one from a few weeks ago when he made SportsCenter Top 10. Now, we just talked about it. Last night's play looked very, very similar to the Top 10 play. I've heard there's a video of them side by side, and it's even scarier to see. So we have to get our hands on that.
Yeah, I got to track that one down. I was taking video out in center field in the first one, and it was, I mean, he got up there. I'd like to see what that vertical jump was.
I got to give credit to the ESPN announcers on that top 10 play. They put it well. They said he got a chest full of fence.
He definitely did.
When he jumped, and he sure did. That was robbing Brian Leaf of a home run a few weeks ago. 1-0 to Parker on the ground. Lambert will field it on the backhand and fire across. A 1-2-3 inning for Lyle Hibbets. He's only faced 5 batters in relief.
That's a good problem for the Unicorns to have the best shortstop in the league play third base for you. Unbelievable.
Lambert gets the out. Put out goes 5-3. We'll be back on the other side of the break with the bottom of the 5th in the Unicorns batting.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. But I'll guess it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Christian Dearman comes out for the 5th inning. He's been pretty good in relief against these Unicorns. Has yet to give up a run. All 8 runs came against Rafi Vasquez. And on the flip side, all 8 runs for the Mammoths came against John Montaner. The starters just have had really long nights. 4 in the first for both teams. The Unicorns tacked on 4 more in the second. 2 in the third for the Mammoths, and then 2 again in the fourth. And Parkinson lines a base hit on the first pitch into right. That'll flip the lineup over. So Parkinson's on first. Now Hodo and Attilis due up. Hodo today 1 for 3. This is his first at-bat that in the inning before didn't have an at-bat. He batted in the first, second, and third innings, as did Attilis and Galassi, who wait behind him. First pitch nearly hit him. We have seen 4 hit batters already tonight, 2 for each side. It has just not been the best day on the bump for either team. That rain delay just came in. I mean, it was 6:53. The Clydesdales were on the field. And we looked like we were about ready to play some baseball. And then a light drizzle turned into rain and turned into downpour. That lasted for about 35 minutes. Check swing, appeal. Didn't go. It feels like, these players were just amped up and ready to go for 7:05, and that turned into 7:45, and then 8, and then 8:15. Hodo thought he had ball 4. He gets yanked back by our home plate umpire. It's a full count. Dearman steps off with Parkinson waiting over at first. Nobody out. Parkinson faked like he was going to go outside, and Hodo will now take his walk.
Next up for the Unicorns, the shortstop, number 5, Louis Attilis.
Second walk for Dearman. Does have 3 strikeouts already. He came in to start the 3rd inning. He's been on the bump since. Tillis takes off the plate inside, 86 on the fastball for ball one. Same pitch, same call. Luis, 0 for 2, reached on an error in the first, flew out in the second. Boarded via hit by pitch in the third. Yet to get a base knock. The 2-0. Paints the outside corner. That's strike one. Paints it again with the slider. 2-2. Fifth inning brought to you by Dunham's here on the U.S. PBL Network. Sinker inside, diving is Emmett. He won't get there. It goes all the way into right. Parkinson's being waved around. The throw from Leaf is high. Loda makes the grab. Did he tag him? Oh, my goodness, what a play. Catcher on catcher crime. Loda cuts him down at the plate. Saving the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the fifth is Sam Loda. He can do it all, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a cannon of an arm that we've seen. His bat is red hot to start his pro career. And now an athletic leaping grab and tag on a nice throw from Brian Leaf out there in right. That's just the first out with runners on the corners, but it's a big one. Galassi lined into right, a base hit. That stays fair. Hodo scores from third. Attilis trying to go first to third. Bagneski cuts it off. It squirts away a little bit. And now they get the go-ahead run. It's 9-8. Drew Galassi, his third hit tonight, first RBI. Sakopoulos swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. Down on strikes goes Ari. First time tonight he's been struck out. It's the second out. Big one for Dearman. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes on Childress. Childress today, strikeout, walk, flyout. Scored after reaching on that walk in the second inning. Runners on the corners with 2 down. That one grooved down the middle, 2 balls, 1 strike. On the ground is short. Bagneski, nice play. Will just go to first, and that's the third out. The Unicorns get 1, but Sam Loda with a fine play at the plate, connecting on the throw from Leaf to make it just 1 run, cutting down Parkinson at the plate. It's 9-8 as we go to the middle of the 5th. And when it's time for baseball, it's time for beer. Two Hearted Ale has been the #1 brewery and the #1 beer in America for the past 4 years by members of the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery in Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. And please drink responsibly no matter what type of beer you like, whether it's Bell's or Bud Light or Budweiser. The Clydesdales, we talked about them. They were here today, and that's their entrance onto the field earlier tonight. You can even see the weather was just so different at the time. It didn't start raining until they came all the way around the warning track and got to home plate. They travel around the country making appearances like this. We saw in our Freaky Fast Facts. There's a number of groups of Clydesdales that when they're not filming awesome commercials and inspiring America, they're doing this, being Clydesdales. Get paid to go around the world and travel and carry a horse-drawn carriage of beer and a Dalmatian and some attendants. Pretty cool stuff. And yeah, they're big. They're some pretty amazing creatures, and they really don't quite have justice done on camera. When you see them in person, you don't realize how large they are. Unicorns get one in the bottom of the 5th. So now here in the 6th, it's 9-8 due up for the Mammoths. Leaf, Brown, and Morales.
Leading off for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, the right fielder number 16, Brian Leaf.
First pitch to Leaf, in for a strike. Hibbett's still on the mound. Came in last inning with only 1 out. Since then has retired 5 in a row, 2 of them on strikes. Those were his first 2 guys. And quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes on Leaf. That one skips past Parkinson on the knuckle curve. One, two, swings at a pitch that was spiked. That takes a big hop. They called time. Looks like Leaf is going to be safe at first. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Hibbets, but incomplete on the wild pitch. Brings up Brown, the all-new single-season stolen base leader in the USPBL, 24 for 24. He only has 25 hits and 21 strikeouts this year. In for a strike. Brown knew it. (9-8) our score here in the top of the 6th. 6th inning brought to you by Fifth Third Bank on the USPBL Network. No balls, 1 strike on Brown. Lined into center, Galassi. Few steps right on top of the puddle. He has to make the grab. That's the first out here in the 6th. So here's Mitch Morales. He's subbing for Greg Vaughn, who was ejected along with the injured catcher Nick Caruso. Back in the 3rd inning, arguing a call at first base in which Greg Vaughn was called out, trying to beat out a deep in the hole infield single to Attilis at short, or what would have been an infield single. Pickoff move works Leaf back. Leaf this season 5 for 5 on stolen bases. But there was some chirping from the dugout. Vaughn immediately had a reaction to the call. And then we saw him and Caruso get tossed. So that brings in Morales. He was hit by a pitch and scored in his first plate appearance. That was in the 4th inning. First pitch just misses, ball 1. Mitch has since left, but we can continue checking the MLB scores. Cardinals beat the Rockies today 13-0 in St. Louis. Albert Pujols pinch hit a grand slam for his 690th career home run. Quickly climbing among the all-time greats on the home run list. A local guy, Miguel Cabrera, has done that this season too with the base hits. Got his 3,000th. One of only, I believe, 5 career players with 3,500 base hits and home runs. 2-0 up the middle. Could be a double play. Attilis 6-4-3 is not complete as Morales beats it out. Leaf the lead runner. The second out. Gonna bring up Sam Loda. Dazzling play from him last inning. Rangers beat the A's 10-3. Astros pummel the White Sox 21-5. Jeremy Otto was at that game yesterday. He was in Chicago for the past couple days. 25 hits for the Astros in that game. That's the one tonight. Brewers beat the Dodgers 5-3, and that's a surprise, just given that anybody beat the Dodgers. 81-36 is best in the MLB this season. Tigers off tonight. They'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the Angels. Get to see Shohei Ohtani. He'll pitch on Sunday. One and one on Loda. Morales with a big lead over there at first base. He's going on the pitch. The throw down from Parkinson. That's a good one. Hodo with a nice tag, but he's safe. Hodo saying, my bad. Good throw from Parkinson. Morales snags a bag and gets in scoring position with 2 outs. It's 2-1 on Loda. Hibbets kicks, fires, fouled back. In talking about some of these MLB scores, we haven't really quite had the chance to talk about one of the games going on right now, or one of the teams playing right now. It's the top of the third between the Nationals and the Padres in San Diego. And obviously, if you didn't see it, the big news over the weekend was Fernando Tatis Jr., who has been sidelined with a wrist fracture all season, but was scheduled to make a return relatively soon. Rehab starts were on the horizon for him. Suspended 80 games for PEDs. The big breaking news. A lot of his teammates and just players all around the league pretty upset with him. Full count to Loda. Got him, strike 3, inside corner. The knuckle curve for Hibbets strikes again. That's his 4th strikeout. He strands a runner in scoring position. Score locked where it is, 9-8.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Now on the mound for the Mammoths, Kyle Bischoff. He takes over for Christian Dearman, who only gave up 1 run, came in the 3rd. Pretty good outing for him. Had 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, 2 walks, that is. Bischoff has been good this year. Does have a couple blown saves, but also leads the league in saves with 4. Former Michigan State player, spent his first 4 years of college in Toledo. Was teammates with Unicorns pitcher Austin Calipetro. We saw him start the game yesterday. They were teammates at Toledo, and then Bischoff transferred to Michigan State for his final senior season, had 12 saves there. It was second most in a single season in Michigan State history. This season in the USPBL, 13 2/3 innings of work, 11 earned runs. That's been the bugaboo for him, a 7.24 ERA. Has just struggled with the contact. Has given up a lot of hits. The ones that he has given up have been pretty hard. Only 1 home run given up. Here in the bottom of the 6th, it will be Bolin, Lambert, and Castro due up. Bolin today has had a big day. He's 3 for 3, 2 singles and a 3-run blast that came in the 2nd inning to break that inning open. Those were the 6th, 7th, and 8th runs for the Unicorns on his deep shot to left center. That was off the scoreboard. His 4th home run this year. For Bischoff, it's a 4-seam, slider, and changeup, mainly fastball slider. He's thrown the single best fastball this year in the league, 96.2 on the gun. That's the best we've seen. That last one at 94. The average for it is 93. I got to see some of that up at Michigan State doing some baseball games for them. This one's back to the mound. Bischoff will run over and give an underhand flip to Connor Emmett and share a laugh with Bolin as they raced over there down the line. Bolin for the first time tonight does not reach. 1-3 is the put out for the first out. That brings up Kevin Lambert. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Singled in his first at bat. Ground out and strikeout since. First pitch slider outside. And the 1-0. That's a slider at the bottom of the strike zone. Strike 1. Lambert this season has struggled to put it all together for a consistent stretch. He was here in the USPBL last year. Got here a little bit later. Only 11 games played for him. Had a .286 average, 4 RBIs. This year, 10 RBIs and 4 dingers. Has shown some good pop at the plate, but the average just 200. He's been such a viable asset defensively. It's kept him in the lineup a lot, and here's a single into right. Nice day for Lambert, guy that needed it, 2 base hits. Here's Castro. He's also 1 for 3 with a flyout and a strikeout. Had an RBI single in his first at-bat. That was back in the 4-run first inning. 9 batters came to the plate that inning, 7 the next. The most we've seen from the Unicorns in 1 inning since then is 6. That was last inning. Only 1 run came around then. That's the difference right now, though. That one is a fair ball. Over to first for the out. Just took a weird hop right at the plate. Loda thought about going down to second to get Lambert, but wasn't going to make it in time, so they'll just go to first for the second out. The putout goes 2-3. So we have a 1-3 putout and a 2-3 putout in this inning. Riveting stuff here on what's been a long night on Thursday night. It was already going to be long with the hour-long rain delay we had before first pitch. And since then, in 5 complete innings, it's been 17 runs that have come across between the two sides. First pitch from Parkinson, fly ball to left. Bagneski going back. Morales coming in, diving, and he made the grab. Nice play from Mitch Morales for the third out. That saved a run as Lambert was nearly at home by the time Morales made the catch, and that keeps this game deadlocked where it is, 9-8 as we head to the 7th.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Perry Bewley comes out for the 7th. He relieves Lyle Hibbets, who had a nice 3 innings, 4 strikeouts, no runs, no hits. Only 2 base runners. One of them was on a drop third strike. The other, Mitch Morales, reached on a fielder's choice. Hibbets coming over from the Beavers just for tonight to help the Unicorns, who are short-staffed as far as the pitching staff goes on this long 4 games and 5 days week for them. Bewley here in the 7th. Haven't heard official word, but speculating that this could be the last inning. A longer day, as we mentioned. 17 runs already coming across. We had a late first pitch That started at 8:14, and we do still have the 2.5-hour time limit implemented, and we're coming up on that. We got about 20 minutes left before we reach 2.5 hours. We could see this be the last full inning. Likely depends on what the Mammoths do here. Usually the announcement would be made already if this was the last half inning for the Mammoths to tie or take the lead and push it to the bottom half. Unicorns with 13 hits tonight, 9 runs. Mammoths have been stuck at 8 hits. We talked about Lyle Hibbets coming in relief and not giving up a hit since the 4th. So it's Buddy Duane Jr., Connor Bagneski, and Tanner Thomas, the bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9 in the 7th. 91-mile-an-hour fastball for Bewley. Another fastball slider guy. Changeup used less than 10% of the time. The stats for Bewley jump off the page. 27 2/3 innings, a sub-2 ERA. Third best in the league at 1.3. But when you take into account some of the other guys, the only other 2 guys in front of him, Sam Brace and Lyle Hibbets, combined only have 14 innings of work. Bewley's already almost double that. 1 out, and he will be. Only 4 earned runs on his watch. Has done a fantastic job with the walks and strikeouts as well. 9 walks to 42 Ks. 2-1. Swing and a miss at a slider. Bewley's 13.7 strikeouts per 9 is 3rd best in the league. Two balls, 2 strikes, and now a full count. Duane tonight, 2 strikeouts, but an infield single and a run scored in the 3rd. Had a big 3-run shot in Sunday's game against Adam Riggleman. 3-2, Bewley couldn't come up with it. Interesting here, Bewley, a guy who doesn't walk many hitters, walks a guy who doesn't walk a lot in Duane. That's just Buddy's 9th walk this season. He represents the tying run. Bagneski would be the go-ahead. Connor tonight, 1 for 2 plus a walk. A 2-run single in the 1st. Pickoff move for Duane, and he's back safely. Bagneski shows bunt, pulls it back in time for ball 1. 7th inning here on the US PBL Network, brought to you by Jarbcom. Now Bagneski just takes a full swing and misses. Connor, a guy who's been in the US PBL before, was here last season with the Beavers for 24 games. Really good numbers for him with those Beavers. .346 batting average. A home run, 9 RBIs. Had an OPS just 50 points shy of 1,000. And in 2022, at the start of this summer, played 9 games with the Lake Country Dockhounds in the American. And came back over here has struggled to find those same numbers from the 2021 season. 2 RBIs tonight for him. That's 4 total. He does have 11 runs scored. Does have a nice ability to, when he does get on base, get around quickly. He has some speed. Dwayne going on the pitch, 2-1. Parkinson, the throw down. Attilis, the tag. No, Dwayne is safe. Got that hand in there just in time. That oven mitt beat Attilis to second base. And now the tying run is in scoring position. (3-1). Bagneski swings at the fastball. That caught Parkinson on the mask. Back-to-back full counts for Perry. Our umpire will head out to Perry, give him a new ball, probably to give Parkinson a breather for a second. I've had a little bit of everything in this game. Some good pitching that came from the relievers. Lyle Hibbets did a nice job for the Unicorns. Christian Dearman for the Mammoths. A lot of offense. Just take a look at the scoreboard. Some long balls. We had a home run from Malik Bolin. Swing and a miss down on strikes. No, he tipped it. Bagneski will stay alive. Seen a fair amount of strikeouts, though. In total for the Unicorns. 8 right now. On the other side, the Mammoths have just 5 strikeouts. So Bagneski did not tip that. That was strike 3. That makes it 9 for the Unicorns. The umpire signaled that he tipped it. Changed his mind. That's the first out. Brings up Tanner Thomas. Seen some errors as well. Even saw Clydesdales on the field earlier today. Everything you could want and more here at the USPBL. No balls and a strike on Thomas. He's 0 for 3 tonight. On the ground to the left side, Lambert stumbles for a second. Will get up and throw to first. That's the second out, and Dwayne has to be held at second base. 5-3 on the putout. Lineup flips over, brings up Connor Emmett. Has reached 3 times. 1 on a hit, another on an error, another after being plunked by Muntaner to start this game. Everyone straight up for Emmett. He golfs at the fastball, strike 1. Tomorrow it's the Unicorns and the Hoppers at 7:05. Another Friday fireworks spectacular. For those of you that miss Jeremy, he'll be back. He and I are here tomorrow. Oh, 2, swing and a miss. Down goes Emmett. That's the third out. 2 strikeouts after 4 batters face. It's 9-8 Unicorns.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
First pitch from Hodo is a swing and a miss against Bischoff here in the bottom of the 7th with the Unicorns leading by 1. Now 0-2. Tillis and Galassi wait on deck. Lined on the ground. There's Emmett. He'll keep it himself and step on the bag. On the bench available for the Unicorns still Adam De La Cruz and Alec Brunson. Kenny Rodriguez, who is still on the IR. Expected to be back next week for the Unicorns. They sure could use him this week with all the games they have. Here's a Tillis. Swing and a miss. First strike 1. Singled to right his last time up. That was his first knock. Reached on a hit by pitch and an error. Also flew out once, so 1 for 3. Pounded foul. The 0-2. Checked his swing. Did he go? And he did. Strike 3. Bischoff's first strikeout tonight.
And ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Today's game has reached the 2-hour and 30-minute time limit. The 8th inning will be the last inning of.
So there's the announcement from our PA announcer, Johnny G. The 8th inning will be our last. The Unicorns will bat here, and then the Mammoths will have their last chance in the top of the 8th to tie or take the lead and send it to the bottom half. Galassi digs in with 2 outs. First pitch fastball pumped in at 92, but just off the plate outside. Slider got Galassi to swing. Evens the count 1 apiece. Looks like Keon Taylor getting warm in the bullpen. Sam Brace is also still out there in the bullpen for the Unicorns. We mentioned him coming over from the Hoppers tonight. Bewley had a good inning his first time up. Did have a walk, but struck out 2 and recorded all 3 outs. Here's the 1-2. Glossy golfs at a slider and misses. It was dropped. Loda will just throw down to first. And that's the third out. 3 up, 3 down for Bischoff here in the 7th. The last chance for the Mammoths comes up in the top of the 8th.
Stroke, heart attack, chest pain, injury. ERs at Ascension Michigan hospitals are ready 24/7, delivering the right care at the right time. As a chair of emergency medicine at an Ascension Michigan hospital, I understand the importance of timely ER care. What's different? Experienced care teams and board-certified doctors who take the time to listen. You are connected to on-site lab and imaging, pharmacy, and leading-edge care with specialists in cardiovascular services, neuroscience, orthopedics, and more. Choose ERs at Ascension Michigan hospitals.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
So Perry Bewley will try to get his 3rd save of the season here in the top of the 8th. Last chance for the Mammoths. They'll have Houston Parker, Brian Leaf, and Elijah Brown. Pretty good guys you want up down to your last half inning. 4 hits for all of them tonight and 4 runs scored. Only guy that struck out between those 3 is Leaf, and he struck out 3 times. We'll start it with Parker. 1 for 3 plus a walk. Singleton scored his first time. Bewley came in last inning, walked to Wayne, but after that a strikeout to Bagneski, a ground out to Thomas, and another strikeout to Emmett. Retired the side. 4 runs for both sides in the first. The Unicorns repeated that in the second. Then the Mammoths, 2 in the third and 2 in the fourth, kept us tied at 8. The Unicorns were able to scratch 1 more in the 5th, and that's where we've been stuck since then. None in the 6th or 7th from either side. Mammoths trying to change that and at least tie this game. First pitch, Parker out to right. Castro going back to the track, to the wall. Falls down and drops. Parker's at second base rounding. He's going to get at least a triple out of this. He'll be held there. And the tying run is 90 feet away on 1 pitch. It was a tough, long run for Castro all the way back to the wall, and just at the exact wrong time fell down as that ball was dropping. It hit near the base of the wall, and Parker motored over to third. The infield does not come in. Only Sakopoulos on that right side is just a foot off the infield grass. Anything out of the infield will score Parker most likely. The outfield at no doubles depth. Leaf hasn't had a hit since the first. As we mentioned, 3 strikeouts since then. The 1-0 fly ball to left. That's smoked on a line. It's going to bounce and hit the wall. Bolin will go grab it. Parker's going to score. Leaf goes to second. Tied at 9 here in the 8th. It's taken 3 pitches for the Mammoths to quickly put up the 18th run in this game. And the go-ahead run in scoring position. Leaf represents that over at second base. Brown is 2 for 4. Every time he's reached, he's scored. Had an RBI single in the first. Set the single season record for stolen bases in the USPBL with 24 already tonight. And now an opportunity to bring around the go-ahead run. Now Lambert is in on the infield. The right side is back. Brown spits on a slider in the dirt. Two balls, no strikes to count. 8th inning brought to you by UWM here on the USPBL Network. Outside 3-0. Bewley hasn't been the best at throwing strikes tonight. That's not a major strong suit for him. He's middle of the pack among pitchers in that category, just pure strike percentage. And got it on the outside edge for strike one. But Bewley has succeeded in the contact. It's been soft and minimal. Gets a lot of strikeouts. 3-1. Couldn't come up with it. Brown walks. He'll head down to first base. And with nobody out, Morales steps up. Parker started this inning off with a bang. A triple off the wall in right field. And we just don't see very many triples in this ballpark. It's got to be something like that or deep into the corners in order for anyone to get all the way around to that third base. Morales swings at a slider on the first pitch. This Mammoths team, though, they have a lot of triples. Lead the league before tonight with 4. That Parker one is the 5th. Elijah Brown over at first with his speed. He's got 2. The only player in the league with multiple. Morales shows bunt, drops it down. Parkinson tries to go to second, and he's going to be safe. Now the base is loaded and nobody out. Parkinson thought he could get Brown. Attilis was covering the bag at second. Hodo, the second baseman, went to back up the possible throw to first. It didn't go there. Boy, this is probably not someone you want to see with the bases loaded. Sam Loda, who's already got an RBI tonight on a sac fly and has just been so good in clutch situations, and that will get a mound visit out of Adrian Guzman. Usually it's Jim Essien when the pitcher is done. Sam Brace is warming up in the bullpen. The entire infield will join in on the conversation. So it's Leaf at third. He reached on a double. Brown walked. He's at second. And Morales over at first on the fielder's choice. Nobody out. Parker has already scored. And it looks like they are going to go to the bullpen. After a lengthier conversation with Bewley, Guzman and the umpire both pointed to the bullpen. And it will be Sam Brace. He'll come on and try to get out of this inning without giving up the lead. It's already been tied. We'll step aside. Brace has the ball on the other end.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmart. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
The Mammoths have already tied it here in the top of the 8th. This is their last inning, the last inning, I should say. Now we will go to the bottom of the 8th when 3 outs are recorded. The Unicorns have yet to get a step closer to that. Nobody down and the bases loaded. That's the jam that Sam Brace will inherit. Probably part of the reason Bewley doesn't finish this inning is not only that he already threw in the 7th, but also he threw yesterday. Threw an inning for the Unicorns in their 6-5 walk-off loss to the Hoppers. 1 hit and 2 strikeouts in that inning for Bewley, no runs. So Brace will get the 8th. Brand new to the USPBL, only 3 appearances, 3 1/3 innings. Yet to give up an earned run. He did have 7 runs added to his name when he played against the Unicorns, who he's pitching for tonight, obviously, last week when they scored 8 runs in the 8th inning to beat the Hoppers 11-0. But there was an error earlier in that inning, so all 7 runs that Sam gave up were unearned. And in this short sample size for Sam, it's 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. Sam Loda, the catcher, now in. For Brace, the pitches go 2-seam fastball, slider, and changeup. Loda tonight, 1 for 3. Sacrifice fly and an RBI. That gets past Parkinson. Takes a very favorable bounce off the backstop and comes right back to him. That saved a run. We've seen a number of runners score on wild pitches this season. So now 2-0 on Loda. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. It's that sidearm-ish delivery for Brace. It's not quite a drop-down sidearm release, but it does come out fairly wide on that left side for him. Tough for hitters to pick it up, but better for righties on the 3-0. And he walks in the go-ahead run. With the bases loaded, Leaf coasts home. Sam Loda gets his 2nd RBI of the night. They stay loaded with nobody down. It's now 10-9 Mammoths. Inning started with back-to-back hits, a triple for Parker, a double for Leaf. Brown then walked. Then Morales reached on a fielder's choice. It was a bunt right in front of the plate that Parkinson tried to get Brown at second with. He was safe. Inside on Dwayne. Now Loda reaches on a 4-pitch walk. So it's Brown at third, Morales at second, Loda at first. Buddy walked his last time up. Singled and scored in the 3rd. 2 strikeouts other than that. The 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Brace yet to throw a strike since he's come on. It's now 6 balls in a row. Take a second for Parkinson to tie his shoe. Now the 2-0. Keon Taylor is still getting loose in the bullpen for the Unicorns if disaster strikes here in the 8th. Ooh, and you got a strike low and outside, 3-1. That's in for strike 2 at the bottom of the zone. Now a full count to Dwayne. He was taking all the way on both 3-0 and 3-1. The corners are in, the 3-2. Outside again, Brace walks in another run, and that's just insurance for the Mammoths. So Brown is the one that scores. Morales over to third, Loda over to second, and Dwayne down to first. Back-to-back bases loaded walks. Still yet an out to be recorded. Bagneski's the 7th batter up. This one's put in play. Hodo's there, goes to second for 1. Turnaround, Attilis couldn't gather, and they only get 1 out as another run crosses. So Dwayne is out. Loda was safe at third, and Bagneski reaches on the fielder's choices. Put out, goes 4-6, and stops there. They do get 1 out. Fastball in for a strike. Thomas tonight, 0 for 4. 2 groundouts, a line out, and a strikeout. Coming up on 11 p.m. in what was an hour delayed start due to the rain tonight. Rain kind of came out of nowhere. We were about 10 minutes away from first pitch and hadn't had any rain. Then it came down and came down hard. The field is still wet in some spots. Corners are occupied, the 0-2. Got him looking, strike 3. Thomas Kays for the 2nd time tonight. Mammoth started this inning down by a run, and this is the last inning we'll have because we are well over the 2.5-hour time limit now. Triple, double, walk, fielder's choice, walk, walk, fielder's choice. 4 runs have scored, only 2 outs recorded. Outside edge as the lefty Emmett looks at strike 1. Emmett struck out facing Bewley his last time. Has reached in 3 of his now 6 plate appearances. We know no lead is safe. Unicorns were down by 4 in the 8th last night. Came back to tie it, 5-5. Eventually lost in the 9th. Runner going, swing and a miss from Emmett. The runner is safe. That's Bagneski down there at second. That's pretty big. That gets rid of the force out. But Emmett behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. Parkinson almost got it. No, he did. Wow, a very late called 3rd strike. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brace. Both Ks are backwards, but the Mammoths have done their damage. 4 runs in the top of the 8th. The Unicorns have 1 shot to at least tie or take the lead. It's after this break.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined GreenPath and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Tyler Richley, with a chance to get his first professional save, gets the 8th inning for the Mammoths. 14 appearances for him this year, 15 total innings. A 4.20 ERA for Tyler. 18 walks to 27 strikeouts. It's both high walks and high strikeouts. You like the 16 Ks per 9, but nearly 11 walks per 9 is not what you want. He's basically on opposite ends of the spectrum as far as where he ranks in the league in both of those categories. And walks near last and strikeouts first. Richley has a 4-seam fastball, curveball, changeup, and slider. He uses them all. The slider, his least used pitch, at 11%. It's on the higher end for a lot of pitchers' least used pitch. He'll have to face Sakopoulos, Childress, and Bolin. 3 hitters you definitely want up, down by 3 runs, but the Unicorns are going to need some base runners first. They started this inning up by 1 and 3 outs away from picking up a win after losing in late fashion last night. Now they trail 12-9. Sakopoulos with 1 base hit tonight. That had an RBI. He had a sacrifice fly in the first and a walk. Has reached in 2 of his 4. Struck out last time up. That was in the 5th against Christian Dearman. Infield in a full shift, 3 to the right. Sakopoulos jumps on a slider and misses. 0-1. That's in there for strike 2. Changeup. Ari's no stranger to falling behind in counts. He's done a pretty good job in a lot of those situations this season. Fighting back in the counter, putting a ball in play. Thought about it, but that's at his feet for ball 1. Brendan Shabath bringing you the call here of tonight's game on the US PBL Network. Had a lot of fun these last 2 nights. going solo on the broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed it and it wasn't too much to your detriment, our viewers at home. Jeremy and I back on the call tomorrow and Saturday. Tomorrow it's the Unicorns and the Hoppers at 7:05. 1-2, down on strikes. Got him swinging. That's the first out. Three strikeouts in a row for the Mammoths. Bischoff got his last 2 outs on strikes. Those were Attilis and Galassi, and now Sikopoulos. Childress looking for his first hit tonight. Walked and scored in the second, but that's it for him. Strikeout, fly out, ground out, the other ones. Takes a big swing at a slider darting away, 0-1. That one is spiked short of the plate. Rich Lee from Ball State for his college days. Was behind some good arms in the bullpen there. Only got 6 innings this last year. He's been impressive in this small sample size that we've seen at the USPBL. That one's just high on the riding fastball, 3-1. Gets a lot of swing and miss. Leads the league in that category. Fly ball left field. Childress quickly got it out of here and gone into the empty Chevy Pavilion. Well, that keeps the inning alive with 1 down and tacks 1 more on the board. Unicorns now a base runner away from having the tying run come to the plate. Childress will circle him off on his 4th home run of the year. Here's another guy who's already had a home run tonight. It's the 3rd home run Rich Lee has given up. Bolin looks at one outside. He had a 3-run shot in the second. It's been a great day for Malik. 3 for 4 with 5 RBIs. Bottom of the zone for strike 1 at the knees. Lambert is on next. Castro behind him. Curveball, nice job by Bolin to lay off of it. 2 balls, 1 strike. And 3-1. Malik just won't chase. Fastball pushed foul. And he walked him. That's a big base runner with only 1 out. Bolin with a nice at-bat there. Kevin Lambert represents the tying run. This is our last inning. Unless it ends in a tie, we'll go to 1 extra half inning of baseball. There will be a coin toss at the plate. And we'll decide how that shakes down. We'll get to that if necessary. Lambert, first pitch swinging 91 on the fastball inside, strike 1. Richley has, for the most part, tonight pitched backwards. We haven't seen the fastball as much. Uses it less than most guys, with just how much he uses his other pitches, the curveball, changeup, and slider, and it's worked. Got the strikeout to Sakopoulos and ahead 0-2 here. But the home run and walk give life to the Unicorns. This could be the ball game. To 5. Now to second. Bolin gets out of the way to first. Lambert does a nice job to beat it out. Fielder's choice is 5-4. And one more last out for Leandy Castro. Castro tonight, 1 for 4, single and an RBI in the first. First pitch swinging under the zone and the bat. Strike 1. Castro, 2 home runs this year. Has a lot of pop in that bat. The numbers don't quite represent it. Got his 2 home runs early. Still looking to get that last one deep up to center. Coming in is Thomas, and that will do it. The Mammoths, down by a run in their last half inning, score 4 in the top of the 8th to take a 12-9 lead. They surrender 1 more in the bottom on the solo shot from Noah Childress, and that's the ball game. It ends there. Quite a game we had. 8 total runs in the first inning. We were tied at 4 apiece after that. And the Unicorns got 4 more in the second. The Mammoths followed that up with 4 of their own between the third and the fourth innings. And then it was 9-8 after the Unicorns scored 1 in the fifth. John Hodo scored. Stuck that way for a while, all the way until our last inning, when the Mammoths got up to 12 on a big 8th inning. They win this one 12-10. Unicorns fall to 23-13. They've lost 2 in a row and 3 of 4. The Mammoths move up to 14-22, trying to make their case for third or second place as the season winds down. We'll throw it down to Kara Wolfbauer here on the Detroit Mercy postgame show as she waits for our player of the game.
Player of the game, Elijah Brown. So Elijah, you had a fantastic day today, breaking the stolen base record in all of USPBL. So that's got to feel pretty great, right?
Yeah, it feels really good. I'm fortunate to just be in a good spot right now, putting the ball in play, getting on base. And, I mean, honestly, we got a ton of great hitters on this team that get a lot of off speed, so it makes it a lot easier to run.
Well, it's been awesome watching you fly around those bases so far this season, but now we're heading real close towards championship week, and you guys are in the 4th seed right now, which is in a spot where a lot of teams would be very underestimated. So what's your guys' game plan to bounce back and prove everybody wrong?
I mean, honestly, we're not even thinking about the 4th seed right now. Standings are kind of out of our mind. It's coming down the stretch, so we're just trying to play good baseball and get hot and go into the playoffs with some momentum, you know what I mean, and trying to show people how we can really play.
Well, congratulations on being today's player of the game and on breaking the USPBL stolen base record. All right, let's send it back to you, Johnny. Thank you guys for watching the game, whether you're on the broadcast or here in the stands. We'll see you next time at Jimmy John's Field.
Thanks, Kara. As you heard, Elijah Brown, 24 for 24 on stolen bases this season. More than his strikeouts. Now a new single-season record here in the USPBL, and it comes on a good night when the Mammoths pick up a win, 12-10 over the Unicorns. Tomorrow, the Unicorns have another game, their 3rd in a row. That comes at 7:05 against the Hoppers. Jeremy and I will be here right on this broadcast at 6:45 to bring you everything you need. For everybody else here at the USPBL Network and our outstanding crew that made tonight's broadcast happen, I'm Brendan Shabath. We will see you tomorrow.